Visit here will be tolerated as long as you abide by our laws. Otherwise, you'll answer to the Redoran Guard. I've sworn to keep Councillor Morvain safe, and I intend to take that oath to the grave, if need be. I'm unsure. I swear I know the name, but I cannot place it. I don't think so. I'm not... The name has something to do with the Earthstone, I think, but I'm not sure what. I have to be. As second counselor, the security of Raven Rock is my primary concern. This isn't exactly the city of Blacklight. We're on the frontier out here, and we've had more than a fair share of troubles. After all we've been through together, I refuse to let Councillor Morvain down. Councillor Morvain is House Redoran's representative on Solstheim. As second counselor, it's my job to support him and make certain his rule is enforced. Raven Rock started out as an Imperial settlement. But the Empire decided to abandon it, just as my people were first setting foot here. They left the town a shambles. But when House Redoran took over, we turned it around and it became ours. And even if it's been a struggle to make this island livable, we're proud to call it home. Your ignorance of our homeland doesn't surprise me. It's the capital of Morrowind. Been that way ever since Mournhold was sacked by the Argonians. I don't visit there often anymore, but we still get the occasional supply ship and visitors from there. Quite a while ago, yes. They cut a bloody swath across most of the southern region of Morrowind. Nobody seems certain why it happened. An attempted expansion, revenge for the enslavement of their people, or perhaps both. Whatever the case may be, thousands of Dunmen needlessly lost their lives, and many more were exiled from their homeland. Remember, we're...
Head over to the retching netch if the ash has your throat parched. What? Ever seen a Redoran guard before?
Thou art spirit. Are you here to pray? Or perhaps pay your respects at our ancestral tomb? They're where we inter our dead. They are sacred places, meant to honor their passing. Sadly, we've been unable to use the ancestral tomb beneath the temple as of late, and have resorted to other locations to scatter the remains. Those foul vermin, the abominations we call ash spawn, have risen from the ashes of our own ancestors. They're befouling the memories of our forefathers by defiling their remains. Thank you, Wanderer. That would be most kind. Here, this key should open the door to the tomb. Sounds like something from a dream, and yet it might be more strange. I remember a temple on Solstheim, and working to build something. It was not a pleasant dream. The reclamations are the true tribunal, the Daedra that consecrate the Dunmer people, Azura, Methala, and Boethia. We call them the true tribunal because they have reclaimed their place in our hearts from the false tribunal that came before. Sotha Sil, Amalexia, and Vivek represent what was. Beings who won the Dunmer people's hearts with their actions, but blinded them just the same. They were aberrations, false prophets. They used their status as heroes to shield the true tribunal from our minds. But now that they've been destroyed, the light can finally shine upon the House of Reclamations. The Dunmer race doesn't bury their dead, or leave them to rot inside a stone sarcophagus. When a Dunmer passes, his body is given to fire, so he might return to the ash from whence he came. The Dunmer don't believe that death is the end. We believe that it's the beginning. Be cautious, friend. The ash spawn are soulless beings with no regard for compassion. Get the door to open. I'm certain it's only stuck. I'll speak to government. Excuse me, but the temple is for followers of our... Mirag. It sounds very familiar. Not someone here, but... I can't be sure. I know I've heard that name, but it doesn't feel real. Does that make any sense?
Non-believers are never welcome here.
I am on. Spirits be praised. I'm hoping you didn't suffer much at the hands of those foul beings. Please, accept this as a token of my thanks. Elder, why have the reclamations destroyed the tribunal? The tribunal's destruction was wrought by their own hands. Their actions or lack of action caused their downfall.
Keep moving.
The entire island is covered in ash.
Miserable. Just miserable. I think so. But I'm not sure where I heard the name. I don't know why, but I'm thinking about a temple here on the island. Maybe it was just a bad dream. Don't like it. I hate it. Every day it's the same thing. We open the shop, we hardly sell a thing, we close the shop and go to sleep. What kind of a life is that? Ah, believe me, I'd be on the first ship off this miserable island if I could. But I'm not sure I could do that to my father. I think it would break his heart. We've already lost my mother. I don't want to leave him alone. We lived in a settlement, perhaps a league from the border of Black Marsh, the homeland of the Argonians. Even though the Argonian invasion ended a long time ago, there are still a few scale-skinned clans that live within our borders. To put it simply, they attacked our settlement and slaughtered almost everyone. It was horrible. Keep yourself safe.
You haven't seen Cresius Corellius, have you? That foolish old man's taken my pickaxe again. No, this isn't just your run-of-the-mill pickaxe. I'm talking about an ancient Nordic pickaxe. They don't exactly grow on trees, you know. I prefer to handle these things on my own. Look, if you see Cretius, tell him to give me that pickaxe back, and I'll pay you for the trouble. Well, it's been a long time since someone from the guilds bothered to make their way out here. So tell me, how's my brother Delvin? Still spending his nights at the Ragged Flagon trying to win Vex's heart? Good to hear. Tam Layabout never even bothers to send his own flesh and blood a letter saying how he's doing. Can you imagine? Anyway, I suppose you're looking for work. Well, I got bad news. This place is drier than a damn bone. Eager to make some coin, eh? That's the spirit. I'll tell you what. The guild's got a problem out here that I've been trying to deal with for years, but haven't been able to handle. Don't look at me like that. I'm all alone out here, with no one to watch my back. And besides, it's really my problem anyway. I caused it. A fellow Breton who went by the name Esmond Tyne showed up on my doorstep about a fortnight ago. He noticed the shadow marks like you did, and I thought he was one of us. That he did, right out from under my nose. Can you believe it? It's my own formula for improved bone mold. Took me years to perfect. Well, before he ran off, he was talking some nonsense about trying to fence goods to the Reeklings at Castle Karstag. I told him he was crazy to even think about talking to those vicious little buggers, but he wouldn't listen. I'd bet a fat purse of coin that he's either dead or hiding out up there. You do that, and I'll make sure you're set up right. You won't be disappointed. No, wait. Maybe. I don't know how I know that name. I'm not sure. I don't want to talk about this. A fine question, and the one that I hear most often from visitors to our town. I wish I had a more romantic tale to tell, but I was simply seeking my fortune and chose Raven Rock to ply my trade. Besides, knowing how to repair bone mold armor wasn't very useful in Riften. I had a friend over there, a dark elf named Van Ryth, a very talented armor smith. Spent a lot of time with the guy swapping smithing techniques. Learned a heck of a lot, including how to repair bone mold. After he moved on to greener pastures, I decided to pack up, move out here, and put those lessons to the test. Been here ever since. A fine question, and the one that I hear most often.
I've sworn to keep Councillor Morvain safe, and I intend to
Looking
take
for any
that
potions?
to the
Ingredients?
grave.
I don't think so. Though it sounds like a name I've heard before. I hear that name, and I see a temple here on Solstheim. What could that mean? After we left Morrowind, we found ourselves in Skyrim. We wandered around a bit and ended up in Morthal, where we took up temporary residence with Lami, the town's alchemist. I was fascinated by her work, and over a period of a few years, she taught me quite a bit. It wasn't long before we became homesick. We were the only Dunmer in Morthal. When word reached us that a settlement of Dunmer was forming on Solstheim, we were thrilled. It's been difficult, but I'm not regretting it one bit. In fact, I'm glad we've been able to stay and help. As you can imagine, the eruption of the Red Mountain took an awful toll on Solstheim. Hunting for game has been scarce, and the waters are apparently too tainted for fishing. According to Councillor Morvain, my husband's been Raven Rock's most important food source for decades. Yes, I'm proud to say that I grow or harvest most of it myself. I only wish I had a better source for netch jelly. Those creatures are difficult to track down since it's so dangerous beyond the bulwark. That would be splendid. I'd be more than happy to give you something for the effort. Careful with those netches.
I'll give you this warning only once. Stay out of my way. No, wait. I recognize the name, but I'm not sure why. I don't know. I feel strange just thinking about it. A temple, maybe. Here on the island, something about a temple?
I work for Mogrul. You got a problem, you talk to him. Welcome to Raven Rock, Traveler. Could I interest...
I think so, but I can't remember how I know him. Or maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I think so. But the only thing that comes to mind is a shrine near the Earthstone.
If you've got something to sell, I'm willing to buy it. Why don't we see what kind of deal we can make? Got the best merchandise.
The Dunmer have been growing food in the Ashlands for thousands of years. It was born out of the necessity to survive in the harsh climate of our homeland. And now, with the constant eruptions of the Red Mountain, it's more important than ever. No, only the Telvanni have the ability to weave living growth from the ash. This simply takes the right ingredients, the right tools, and a lot of patience.
Next time you're hungry, stop by.
Miserable. This island's nothing but a pile of rubble.
My
What's the
husband
point
Bendel
trying to
feared
make a
visitors
life
would
here?
shun.
Keep yourself safe.
Marek.
Solstheim
I'm
is still
sure
a
I've
dangerous
heard that
place.
name before. Haven't I? Was it in a dream?
Want to buy anything, or just laugh? Mining gear? No. However, I used to sell East Empire pendants until I ran out of them. Popular little item. It's an amulet that was made exclusively for the East Empire Company. They gave them to their workers as an incentive at one point. a kind of reward for extra effort. They're no longer being made, so they've become a collectible. I'd love to get my hands on a few of them. They could be anywhere on the island. The mines might be a good place to start. If you find any while you're exploring Solstheim, bring them here, and I'll pay you for them. I think I maybe had a dream about someone with that name. It was very strange. Was I building something? A shrine down on the beach near the Earthstone? I'm not sure. Bad? What if I told you that you're the first person that's even considered looking at my wares today? I've half a mind to contact my friends at the East Empire Company and see if they need an extra hand in Windhelm. Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've corresponded with Vittoria Vici herself more than once. You know, the lady who runs the East Empire Company warehouse in Solitude. The biggest warehouse they have in Skyrim. Bah, you're just like the rest of the folks around here. Mark my words, the East Empire Company will return to Raven Rock, and when they do, I'll be at the top of their list. The question you should be asking is, what don't I sell here? Because I have pretty much any supplies you might need. If it's not a weapon, potion, or armor, then it's likely that I have it. Jarland, over at the docks, brings me most of my supplies, and the rest comes from bartering with the people in town. Oh, Glover Mallory gets me a few things once in a while. He usually has the most amazing deals that I can't pass up. The East Empire pendants are scattered all over.
Not to worry, Atro.
Miserable. Just miserable.
Mallory, you need to talk some sense into your husband.
Can't get blood from a stone.
Find my pickaxe yet? You tell Crushes he...
That isn't my problem.
Always glad to help, say you. Do I? I was going to say no, but somehow I feel like I do. Does that make any sense? No, I'm sure of that. And yet, I think I had a dream of a temple, and he was there.
Pleasant journey.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend? My husband Vendel feared visitors would shun Raven Rock. I'm glad to see he was mistaken. Mirak. I'm...
here in his shrine.
That they have forgotten. Here do we toil.
By night we reclaim what by day was stolen.
Far from ourselves. Our eyes once were blinded.
Your hands once were idle. And when the world shall listen. That world will cease to be.
Here in his shrine.
That they have. Here do we toil.
Keep moving.
Welcome to Raven Rock, traveler.
Damn it, woman. I said to leave me be.
Cretius, last time you explored the mine, you almost fell to your death. I'm not spending the rest of my days as a widow.
And I'm telling you that I'll do whatever it takes to find my great-grandfather's remains. He's down here. I can feel it.
That was almost 2 centuries ago. There may be nothing left to find.
Just let me go, woman.
Cretius, you're an obstinate old fool, and you're going to get yourself killed. My apologies for Cretius. That foolish old man thinks he's 30 years younger than he is. He's going to get himself killed traipsing around the mine. He's convinced himself that there's some sort of conspiracy involving the East Empire Company and the mine's closure. We came across some old letters that belonged to his great-grandfather in our house, and he believes every word written in them. Cretius's great-grandfather worked for the East Empire Company. The letters mention some sort of discovery he was sent to investigate. There's really nothing remarkable in the letters. I don't know what he's so excited about. Gratian Corellius. He was an explorer for the East Empire Company. They'd send him all over Tamriel when they had difficulties in a mining operation. Poor man. Can you imagine doing all that dangerous work just to end up dying at your own doorstep? There was a horrible accident, and he was killed when one of the tunnels collapsed. They were never even able to go down there and recover the body. The East Empire Company sealed that section off to prevent any more tragedies. Cretius is convinced it's a story cooked up by the company to cover up something else, but I don't know. My beloved is almost 80 years old, and I think the shock of finding one of his ancestors' things has left his mind a bit confused. I love him dearly, and I support everything he does. But I can't let him chase this silly idea, or he may end up joining Gratian in a rocky grave. I think so, but from where? I can't recall. It's difficult. Something about it doesn't feel right. A temple here on the island. That's all I can recall. You've already learned all I can teach you. To understand how we met one another, you have to appreciate what he's going through. Cretius is a third-generation miner. All his life, he's lived and breathed nothing else. By the time Cretius came of age, the ebony mine in Raven Rock was shut down. He took that quite hard. Our home has been in his family for over 200 years. Leaving would have been like abandoning precious memories. Instead, he stayed on Solstheim and spent most of his life prospecting for a new ebony source. Sadly, it never surfaced. A decade ago, this drove him into a deep depression. He shut himself inside his home and refused to come out. It was after refusing to allow anyone to bring him food, Counselor Morvain ordered his door to be knocked down before Cretius starved to death. I was a temple priest at the time, and they had me use my healing arts to restore strength to his ailing body. I stayed for a while and cared for him, then I suppose we fell in love. Far from it. In fact, I'm no longer welcome there. In all honesty, it came down to a disagreement between what I believe and what Elder Othraloth believes. I'd prefer not to get into the details, but let's just say our opinions about the current status of the Tribunal vary widely. Be careful out there.
Who in the blazes are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Why should I tell you? I don't even know who you are. Maybe. Been difficult trusting people lately. They think I'm crazy. But mark my words, these mines hold a secret that could put Raven Rock back on the map. A secret the East Empire Company swept under the rug 2 centuries ago. It killed my great-grandfather and left Raven Rock with a worthless and tainted mine. Gratian Kyrelius. He spent his entire life exploring ancient ruins across Tamriel, and he died in these very mines almost 200 years ago. The East Empire Company called it a terrible accident, claiming that he was lost in a rockfall, but I know better. My wife and I were cleaning out our home, and we came across some of my great-grandfather's things locked in an old chest. I found an unsent letter he'd written to the East Empire Company, and a key. It describes a discovery that was made in the mine by some of the diggers. They wanted Gratian to take a closer look. The East Empire Company must have felt it was of great value, as they locked that section of the mine off from everyone else. It is. Well, I assume it is. I haven't been able to find the entrance. Finally, someone who believes me. I'm telling you, there's something big down there. Something that the East Empire Company wanted to hide from everyone. Look, my wife nags that I'm too old to go traipsing around these mines chasing my story. Time's my enemy. It's caught up with me before I could find the answers that I'm looking for. I do. I want to know what happened to Gratian, and what the East Empire Company's keeping from all of us. Gratian kept a journal of notes about his discoveries. If you can find his remains, I'm hoping it will help. Here's everything I have. The letter, the key. Please, do this for me, so I can finally regain the respect that I've lost. Look, I know I don't have much to go on. I have that unsent letter, and that's really it. But I also have a miner's instinct that's run in my family from before Gratian was even born. I may sound like a crazy old man to you, but I'm telling you, the tunnels here are solid. They would never collapse like that. She thinks that old age has addled my mind, that I'm seeing things when there's nothing to be seen. I realize she cares about me, but she has to understand that I can't rest until I find out what happened to Gratian. Then I'll settle down peacefully and never set foot in this mine again. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, even before I discovered Gratian's old things. I just hope both of you don't mistake my enthusiasm for insanity. The damn fool doesn't even deserve to have it. The pickaxe was made for mining, not selling. I'll bet he stole it from the Skald in the first place. Now you're finally talking some sense. A mining tool belongs in a mining family. Just tell him I lost it or something. I recognize the name, but it's so strange. I feel like it's from a dream. Something about the Earthstone and a shrine.
I know you, champion. The argument in flames was only the beginning. This is Apocrypha, where all knowledge is sent your thirst for knowledge in endless stacks of my library. If you tire of the search, read your book again to return to your mortal life.
courage, eh?
Rather die in the ash.
Is someone there?
I knew it! I knew it!
Don't fight back and I promise I'll kill you! I knew it! Time to die, Outlander! That's it! That's all you've got! gift to Boethia.
Your armor. Boethia, inspire me!
Give it your best!
Sheogorath's spear, ugly one. You'll regret crossing the Outlander. Die, Outlander! You can't hide from me. Time to die, Outlander.
Find my pickaxe yet? Glover Mallory's the name. If you're looking for a blast, that careless old fool. Well, thanks for trying anyway. Here you go, for your trouble. Bring your weapons and armor to
Why
me.
you're leading Cretius on, I'll never understand.
I work for
Miserable.
Can I help you? You're back. Please, tell me what you found. Let me see that. Huh, I knew it. Gratian's death wasn't because of a rockfall. It was just a story to keep people away from the tombs. Now that I have his journal in hand, I can get some closure from the East Empire Company. Make them pay for lying to everyone. Thank you. Now, I believe I owe you a little more than a debt of gratitude for all that work you did. Here, it's not much, but it's the best an old retired miner can do. Our home has stood in Raven Rock since the colony was founded. Grayson helped build it with his own 2 hands. After Grayson died, he left behind a wife and a son. My grandfather, Relicus. Relicus lived there for quite a long time, working in the other sections of the mine until he was slain by Reavers. I never knew my father. My mother and I always lived alone. I asked her about him many times, but she seemed angry and refused to speak about him. So eventually, I let it go. When I was old enough, I began working in the mine, hoping to make my fortune and eventually move to the Imperial City. Unfortunately, yes. I only had enough coins saved to send one of us back to the Imperial City. So I sent my mother alone. I wanted her to see her homeland before she died. Until I met my darling Aphia, yes. I suppose you could have called me a bitter old hermit. Now I'm just old. Those cowards left decades ago. Every single damned one of them. The moment the ebony mine dried up, they pulled up stakes. Ridiculous. Well, you know it as well as I do. Raven Rock Mine wasn't empty at all. It's still rich in ebony ore. I come from 3 generations of miners, and I couldn't get anyone to believe me. Well, we showed them, didn't we?
plenty of work. If you intend to wander Solstheim, you do so at your own risk.
If you've got any gripes,
Make way! Stand aside!
Councillor Morvain is the only reason Ravenlock has survived all these years.
If you find yourself...
Serve House Redoran. You lost.
I can't thank you enough for reopening the... You might think it's all perfume and roses now that the mine's open. But all I see is a new security problem on our hands.
A word with you, Counselor.
Making sure those shipments of ebony make it safely from the mine to the shipping docks is my new order of the day. And with Solstheim crawling with reavers and Azora knows what else, I can't risk any attacks on
I'll
Ravenlock.
speak with Garen and see if we can't increase the crop production.
I appreciate the help you've been giving.
You look able to venture outside of town. A few months ago,
fear
I had
we'll
sent
be
an
feasting on
important
Ashlands
folio
a
to
bit
the
more
first
often
edition
this
bookshop
year.
in the Imperial City to be rebound. They sent it back to me recently, but it never arrived. Yes, the Strident Squall, or something like that. The damn thing sunk right off the coast of Solstheim. Can you imagine? One of the sailors survived. Poor thing crawled all the way to Raven Rock on his hands and knees. Before he died, he told the Redoran Guard about the wreck, and warned us that it was going to be crawling with reavers. Thank you. You have no idea how much it hurts losing such a precious heirloom. My husband is second counselor. You've brought Ravenrock back from the brink trap. Admiral Arano, second count. How I hate that title. He's in. When I fall. This island was never meant. I assure you, if I could convince Admiral to do that, I'd. Unfortunately, Admiral and Counselor Morvain are very close friends, and they will never abandon one another. I'm the wife of a second counselor. The most important thing is that I stand by Admiral no matter how I... Admiral and I live House Rhetoric, the root spire where the Council of Great Houses meet. I haven't... Regardless, I hope... Why does that sound so I don't know. It almost feels like a dream.
Your contributions have earned you citizenship here, friend. I'll always consider... Do I? What? I'm not even sure. I can picture it. With the mines open, I've been able... Soon, we'll have it. Solstheim is theoretically under my rule, but not that there's much beyond the confines of our... Well, there's a small enclave of Nords to the north in Skal Village. They pretty much... Then there's Tel Min. Other than that, Solstheim, you've never... We're the mightiest of the great houses. This isn't They embody a council made up of... Well, of course, our house leads the council. Yes, if you're interested in pursuing the subject...
Thanks. I wasn't sure I'd make it off this farm alive. I wish I could have said the same for my man here. Some of the Redoran Guard have taken to calling them Ashspawn. Me, I don't care what they're called. All I know is they're a danger to Raven Rock and they need to be stopped. I was going to search for clues that might lead me to wherever they're coming from. I know it isn't the best place to start, but we know they've been coming from this direction. Good. I can use all the help I can get. Besides, I don't feel comfortable leaving Raven Rock behind. And I'd hate to lose any more Redoran Guard. We were searching the farm when the Ashspawn ambushed us. Have a look around and see if you can turn up anything useful. No one knows, really. Superstitious folks say they're the risen forms of those that died long ago. But I'm not so certain. They started attacking the bulwark a few weeks ago. My men were able to kill them, but they keep coming back. We've had 2 other assaults on the bulwark, at different spots on the wall. I know it sounds crazy, but it's almost like they're becoming more organized and probing it for weaknesses. Exactly. Something has to be directing them against us, and we need to find out who or what it is. I might know someone, or maybe not. I can't remember. I can't. I just can't be sure. I think maybe he had something to do with a temple. A temple here on the island. Does that help? I don't. All I know is that the Ashspawn are coming from this direction, so this is as good a place to start as anywhere else. Good thing the farm's been abandoned for a long time. I'd hate to see what they would do to an unarmed farmer and his family. Not sure. I was told it was an old Imperial farm that was wiped out by the eruption of the Red Mountain. Not certain who lived there. It was already a pile of rubble when I arrived in Raven Rock. I've had to muster some... Second Counselor arrived. I say let them try. My men are ready for them. Walk back to me and listen. Unusual. Have you found some? This is strange. The note says it's from General Falks Carius, but that's impossible. Well, Carius was the Imperial garrison commander at Fort Frostmoth, but he died over 200 years ago when the Red Mountain leveled the place. There's no way he could still be alive. If General Carius is still alive, there must be something keeping him that way. I need you to head out to Fort Frostmoth and check it out. I'm gonna head back to Raven Rock and prepare the men for further assaults. Be careful. This General Carius sounds out of his mind.
listen to this one. My nights have been impossible to bear. I beg you, please depart that blasted island and return to solitude.
No more. What?
Dickhead! Give it your best!
I'm gonna bleed you.
Those boots will look mighty fine on.
Over here. Boots will look mighty fine on me.
I'll cut you open. Nothing. Mercy!
You inspire me! Die, Outlander!
An invader has entered the fort. Prepare yourself for an ambush. Fort Frostmoth will never fall. Long live the Empire!
that?
How dare you invade my fortress! Enough! This ends now! This will all be over soon. Repel the invader! Is that the best you can do? You don't have a chance! Foul blood drinker! Plans will fail. You're no match for me. Son of foul blood drinker. I cannot. I failed.
you doing that for? He draws near.
Last time I...
I work for Mogrul. You got a problem, you talk to him.
If you're dealing with me, there's only one thing to remember. Pay your
Teldrin
debts,
Sero,
or end
blade
up
for
with-
hire. If you have the coin.
Stay out of my way. Have any kinfolk?
Just a brother. Lives in Riften.
Your actions here have been a blessing to us all.
Things people are looking for.
You've brought... You have? You have... Well, you've certainly proven your worth around here to me. Please, accept this gift as a token of my appreciation. Good journey, traveler.
It's busier now that things are starting to look up. I guess I might stay a bit longer up. I am. Here you go. Things are pick... All I'm wondering is how long it'll take for House Redorin to begin ignoring us again.
Your efforts in Raven Rock have proven most invigorating.
If you ever need apothecary supplies.
You got a good thing going. I've always had a steady... However, I've seen the smile on people's faces, and there's hope around here.
Welcome to the Retching Netch Corner Club, home of the finest Sue Jammer that will ever grace your lips. The finest Sue Jammer across... All I need to do is get the word out that it's... I was kinda... Here, take these samples of the Sue Jammer and spread the word. If you get rid of all of them, there's something extra in it for you. The mine's open, people are... How do you think? It's a blessing. I've got regular paying customers again. Thirsty workers at the end of it. There's actually a funny story behind the name, friend. A few years ago, I was walking down by the docks, and I noticed a Dunmer staggering along with a bottle of Sue Jammer in hand. He was one of my patrons, and... as I'm watching, the man looked straight up at the... Well, I've seen plenty of... True story, friend. True story. The Redorin Guard have spotted a pack of werewolves in the mountains. The hunters up on Frostmoon Crag might know more. Heard that Reeklings got hold of Thirsk Mead Hall, forced the Nords who live there to move to a camp nearby. The Ashspawn attacks on the bulwark are getting worse. Captain Veleth is trying his best. Words reached us that the dragons have returned. If you've got gold on your hands, you might talk to Rallis up at Colbjorn Barrow. I haven't heard anything lately, but check back with me. You never know. Just get them to taste my Sue Jammer. Once they take a sip, it'll sell itself.
I can't thank you enough for reopening the Ebony Mine. All thanks to the stars, my friend.
Speak quickly.
You aren't here with bad news regarding my... Oh, how kind. Thank Gelders for me, won't you? Good journey, traveler.
My apology. What? Oh, no, thank you. I need to keep my head...
Glover Mal... Perfect. I was just thinking about heading over for a drink. Thanks for saving me the trip. Bring your weapons.
Make it? Geldis needs to bottle this up and send it to the mainland instead of wasting his time out here. His drinks are outstanding. Thanks.
Perhaps our town isn't as grand as Mornhope.
My... Sarah, always a pleasure to taste anything Geldis comes up with. Stop by. I always... Haven't you got something better to do?
Take that swill and pour it down a well.
The best sort. Then let's be off. Long story, but I don't see the harm in sharing it with you. My last patron was a true Nord. He was dressed in animal skins, had tattoos on his face. A real traditional type, if you know what I mean. He had an insatiable bloodlust and was extremely stubborn. One of the top. Simple. He picked. Anyway, we'd just cleared a ruined fort somewhere outside of Whiterun, and when we got outside, we saw one of... Well, my boss wasn't about to let him get away, so we pursued. Until we ended up tracking him to one of the largest band... My patron took one look at me and made the most... At that moment, I knew I'd never see him again. No amount of money would ever be worth that kind of death. I wonder what became of Saint... Head over to the wretched edge if the ash has your throat parched.
Your visit here would be tolerated.
If it wasn't for the bulwark...
I've sworn... What? Oh, no, thank you.
The idle minds. I am his hands. I am his hands.
You're not supposed to be in here. You're not supposed to be in here. What can I do? If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure. If there's anything outside, let me know.
I might lend coin to people.
I work for
but I never...
Well, tell Geldis that Miri says she really appreciates it. That's not someone who lives in Raven Rock, I don't think. But it... Maybe. I can't help but think of some sort of temple on the island. And don't stay away for too long.
Head over to the wretched edge if the ash.
It gets lonely out here.
What news do you bring from Fort Frostmoth? I had my suspicions that he was undead. How else could he have survived for over 200 years? It's a shame. There are quite a few tales of General Carius's exploits, including the founding of Raven Rock. Councillor Morvain told me to give this to you if you made it back in one piece. And you got rid of General Carius. Better than a soldier's pay, so you should be thankful. I'm sorry to bother you, but Second Councillor Rano asked me to come find you. All he wanted me to do is track you down and send you to... Look, this is important. Please, go speak to the Second Councillor as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I've already said too much. Talk to Second Councillor Arano if you're willing to help us.
Thank you for coming. After everything you've already done for Raven Rock, I hate to ask for more, but I can't risk Councillor Morvain being killed. The Ulan family of House Lalu, a rival great house, has placed a death mark on the Councillor's head. It's a private matter. Let's just say they seek revenge for the... The problem is I don't have any solid proof that anyone from House Lalu is hidden among us. It may be justified, but it certainly isn't appreciated. Councillor Morvain simply feels that I'm being paranoid. I'm afraid that one day I'll awaken and discover him dead. I do. I've received some information from my sources that there could be elements of Ulan's house, House Lalu, already in Ravenrock. Ravenrock is a small settlement, so it's... If any of them is from House Lalu, I had a feeling you'd be willing to listen to me. I need you to start out by being my eyes and ears. Search Ravenrock and see if you can root out these traitors. The best place to start would be Geldis Sadri, over at the Retching Netch Corner Club. If he provides you any leads, check them out before bringing them to my attention. I can't afford to... Traitors. Their collaboration with the... Lalu, having past ties to the Empire, they had worked... When everything was said and done, they were no longer... I maintain a few contacts in other Dunmer settlements across Tamriel. Most hail from House Redoran, but there are a few from other houses. Most of my contacts live leagues away from Solstein. Sending the occasional message back and forth is all we can manage, and sometimes takes months or more to arrive. However, any information we can glean in times like this, I consider vital to House Redoran's survival. During the Oblivion Crisis, gates to the Plane of Oblivion opened all over Morrowind. The Empire pulled most of its forces out of Morrowind to deal with the gates. We had no standing army at the... House Redoran took charge and was slowly able to build an army. It took... When the Argonians invaded years later, it would be fair to say that House Redoran literally saved the...
You've brought so... Sure, got nothing better to do. May you have...
I don't know who sent... I should mix some of this into my next potion. Who knows what would happen? Careful with those netches. They may look tame. They can seriously hurt you and threaten.
I work for Mogu. You got a problem?
Always a
Don't
pleasure
like those eyes
to
you...
watch when a
Oh,
man
that sounds
like
lovely.
you walks by.
Thank you. You already know all that I know.
Don't stay away from
With the Ashbourne threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they deserve. Ah, this is bone mold armor. It's fashioned from It might appear brittle. All of the I've spent quite a few years to protect Council. Yes, quite a... Other than that, I'm not at liberty to... It can be. They usually didn't amount to much. Some of my own men despise the stuff. If I knew where they were stashing the bottles... You would? That would be helpful. They're too smart to have left it in the bulwark. I'd search one of the abandoned houses.
Your actions here have been a blessing to us all. Just got some of my merchandise off the latest supply ship. See if anything strikes your fancy. Next time you're hungry, stop by.
Understand?
It's busier now that things are starting to look up.
Be careful!
Need any supplies? You know it.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. I think I got a clean mug around here somewhere. Welcome to the Retching Netch... Well, well, Adril's got himself a spy, does he? Azura knows he needs all the help he can get. He's been chasing the Ulans for years now. No, I just think he's going about this the wrong way. Actually, I do. If you want to catch those slippery slaughterfish, you need to let them come to you. There's an Ulan ancestral tomb near the temple. Someone's been leaving ash yam offerings on the altar inside. If you were to wait inside for whomever that is, I'm betting they'll have some of the answers you're looking for. What makes you think I haven't? Anytime Adril and the Redoran Guard made a move, the Ulans must have been one step ahead and didn't show up. You can thank me if it works. Until then, I'd head to the tomb and wait until your visitor shows up. When a Dunmer is laid to rest, the body is burned and returned to the ashen soil. Since the ash yam is born of the very same soil, it represents rebirth and renewal, the fact that life ends and begins anew. Back in 95, Vila Ulin came to Raven Rock with a plan to take over our town. The Fetcher thought he could stir up the locals and use them against the Redoran Guard, and then murder Councillor Morvain when we weren't looking. He arrived alone, but spread enough coin around to start changing people's minds. Half the bloody town joined his side. Can you believe that? He underestimated. Vila tried to run, but Vila Ulin was executed a short time later, and his remains placed in it. Nothing specific, but I'm hearing rumblings of assassins living amongst us. I think they
If you're looking to purchase something, at least my father will let me drink whatever I want without complaining. Tell Geldis I appreciate it. Keep yourself safe.
At some point, you're going to have to choose. No matter the outcome, I'll always respect your decision.
Excuse me? Get that vile liquid away from me. The reclamations herald the dawn. Elder Arthroloth is grooming me to be his eventual replacement.
Excuse me. I didn't realize there was anyone else here. I presume the same thing you're doing, leaving an offering for the departed. Forgive my surprise. It's just that I wouldn't expect that sort of behavior from someone who isn't Dunmer. Since there aren't any Ulans left on this island, I've taken it upon myself to leave the traditional offering in their stead. What do you mean? I thought I was clear. I'm simply honoring a fellow departed Dunmer. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to meditate a bit.
What are you gawking at? I trust you're not planning any trouble.
Traveling beyond the bulwark, good old Geldis is always managing to keep our spirits up. And our eyesight hazy. Thank you.
You've brought Raven Rock back from... Your efforts in Raven Rock have proven most invigorating. As the wife of the second counselor of Raven Rock, it would be my pleasure.
I hope Geldis... Telesu. Are you sure? So Geldis' plan worked, eh? Every time we tried it, no one would ever show up. If Telesu's involved in any sort of plot to harm Councillor Morvain, I'm not kicking down anyone's door. If you're wrong about Telesu, things would quickly go downhill around here, and the real culprits might slip away. If you have evidence and it places your life in peril, I will... Here, this key should open the front door of the manor in case they've locked. Telesu is wife to the family patriarch Vendel. They have a single child, a daughter named Miri. They arrived here 10 years ago and have been nothing but a benefit to Raven Rock ever since. They're quite wealthy and they've been quite generous by sharing their fortune with the community. They've contributed coin, food, supplies, even helped repair a few of the buildings in town with their own hands. People have mentioned it's a bit odd about how close in age Mary appears to be to her father, but that's hardly a cause for alarm. Just make sure you find solid evidence. If I accuse them without it, I'll be the laughing stock of the colony. Villa Ulen wasn't the first Ulen to live in Raven Rock. His father, Valen Ulen, was one of the first Dunmer to settle here. Unlike his son Villa, Valen was a good man. He contributed to the community and was quite respected. When Valen died, his family provided the funds to construct the tomb.
If you ever get the chance, you should visit there.
The Ulen family being a part of House Lalu didn't matter. It's Dunmer's tradition for the ashes of the deceased to be placed in an ancestral tomb. Valen Ulen and his son's remains were both laid to rest there because that's what he'd requested. You're right.
Stop hiding,
Come
coward.
on.
I'll
I
make it
know
quick,
you're in
I
here.
promise. For House Lawless. For Villa Ulen.
Spill your blood, sucker! House Lawless will have its revenge!
It's not my time.
What can I do for you?
If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure.
Did you find any evidence at Severin Manor yet? Then we finally have them. All that remains now is chasing them down and bringing them to justice. Good. I'm going to send 2 of the best Rerenrand Guard we have. See that you do. We can't afford to let these traitors slip away.
Councillor Morvain is veiled.
Modin Bella.
There's nothing
I work for...
Let me know if you want any. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
The mines are open and the shop is busy again. Thank you.
Welcome to the retching... Perfect. All that's left now is to go ahead and wait for the patrons to come in. As promised, here's a little something for yourself.
I'm glad to see you're well. I don't like sending people off to battle.
I work for Mogrel. You got...
Head over to the Retching Mansion, yeah.
It's busier down there. I guess I might stay a bit longer.
Your actions here have been a blessing to us.
You got a good thing going here now that you've Take a look.
Bring your weapons.
What can I do for you?
If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure. If there's anything outside.
Glover Mallory's the name. If you're looking... Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Bring your weapons in.
If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure.
Either you're here to get showered in sparks. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Bring your weapons and armor to me. I'll fix it.
If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure.
Steel, dwarven, ebony, the finest weapons and armor. Bring your weapons and armor to
What's our next move?
Always glad to help, Samuel.
If there's anything outside.
Need something? Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Bring your weapons and armor to my account, and that's the end of it, understand?
Destroying the ash spawn has made it safer to work in the fields. Thank you. Take a look. careful with those...
Oh. If you ever need a pother... If you've got something to sell, I'm willing to buy it. Why don't we see what kind of deal we can make? Next time you're hungry, stop by.
See for yourself. If you need any supplies...
What can I do for you? Always glad to help, Saria.
We have come south to test our worth against the mighty Netch. Will you join us? Well met, friend. May we all fight or die well. The beast was strong. It was. But we were strong.
They will sing stories.
Yes? Just leave me. Who told you that? Was it Geldis? I told that idiot not to send me anymore. It probably can't hurt to tell you. You look mostly honest. The name's Rollis. Rollis Sedaris, out of Moorhold. I've got a financier waiting for me back on the mainland. Sent me here in the interests of obtaining some rare antiquities. The relics of Arzador. But this whole thing became a disaster right quick, let me tell you. You come out of the Northern Ashlands, you don't expect things to go easy, you know. But this was something outside my particular expertise. When I first got to Kolbjorn, you couldn't even see it. Buried in the ash,
like most other things on this blasted island. Dug out a pile of the stuff taller than me just to find the barrel. Who knows how much to reach the door? Excavating isn't exactly my specialty. Even if it was, the ash storms fill it in faster than you can dig. You think I've got that kind of money? No, I only get paid on delivery. Can't afford to go out of pocket for 1,000 septims on this. Takes money to make money, all that rot. There's a lot of it at the other end, but I can't get there without a little kick to start it off. You ever hear? He was the first. He's best. Now they're old. What? We can sort. Do you have the gold? It's. I'll head back to. Pleasure doing business with you, partner. I'll see you soon. All this walking. I wish there was a silk strider around.
enough.
You dare fight a done.
What's our next move? If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure. Good.
You're dead! That's the best! Huh?
That's it.
You're ours! You'll have to do better than that. Yes, where are you? Filthy fletcher!
Emperor curse you!
Come on, let's see what you've got.
I never get tired of that son.
If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure.
Despite the foul we'll find plenty of wealth to make it worth our time.
over here!
Louis, you inspire me!
I join you in death!
What's our next move? If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure.
Lead on!
What can I do for... If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure. If there's anything else I can do, just... let me know.
Not much contact. You lost?
Well, what happened? Were you able to track down Vendel? Out with it! Then, it's finally over. What of the Reverend Guard I sent to assist you? Damn it.
Of course.
I was hoping to protect our people by sending them, not end up with casualties. To think that Vendel would stoop so low as to hire those fetchers.
I'll
wonderful.
speak with Garen and
Simply
see if we can
wonderful.
increase the crop.
Councillor Morvain will be quite pleased when he hears about this.
Sorry,
Follow me, and I'll take you
I
to the
fear
councillor
we'll be
so you
feasting
can
on
speak to
Ashians
him
a bit more
yourself.
often this year.
Excuse me, Councillor Morvain. I have some wonderful news.
I haven't seen a smile on your face like that in a long time.
This visitor has single-handedly dealt with a threat that could have ended your life. Vendel, Telesue, and Miri Severin weren't who they appeared to be. I'm afraid they were here to avenge Villa Ulen's death.
Vendel? But he's done so much for Raven Rock. How could this be possible?
They did it to gain our confidence, Councillor. They had us all fooled. I should have been more vigilant. I'm sorry.
Don't say that. It's not your fault, old friend. And you, step forward. What you've done for me, for all of Raven Rock, goes far beyond what I would have expected from a traveler to our town. For this, you have my deepest gratitude. Now, I'm certain Adril was prepared to reward you appropriately for everything you've done. However, since a bit of coin hardly seems like enough, I've decided to provide something more substantial. Since the Severin family, or whoever they were, turned out to be criminals, their property is now forfeit. As council, you've earned your citizenship here, and I hope you'll consider staying with us as a member of our community. The mines are open and the ebony has begun to flow because of your discovery. My eternal gratitude.
If you're looking for some
Modin Veleth, captain of the Redoran Guard, at your service.
What's our next move? If it'll help us get moving quicker, sure.
You know me, Captain Veleth. My hands are clean.
See that they stay that way, or else I'll send you back to Skyrim in a crate. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Captain Veleth, sir.